Well, maybe I can just ask you. I don't even have to write anymore because it's 2 o'clock and I can speak. I am free. Pixel was given sound. Hello, everyone. Hi, Bone Shooter. Hi, Intea. How are you guys? Well, I know one is sewing and one is here, so that's what I know anyway. All right, today I'm gonna move the camera up a bit so you can see. Today we are getting some doings on this thing. Yeah, I did all the preliminary painting stuff on the chest piece earlier today before the stream. Let's hook it up. I want to put this near the camera. I want you to be able to like see. Oh yeah, if you do this, you can see the nice texture of this sort of industrial looking, slightly rough paint. There's even some running here. I love it. Yeah, isn't this pretty? This is going to be such a pretty costume. This is going to be such a pretty thing. And the first thing we're gonna do is actually hang that back and take you back to the table. There's the matching mask, of course, and then we're gonna do all the other matching part. Yeah. Hey, Simon, how are you? PayPal finally decided that they should probably transfer that money, so I'm gonna be packing a pipe revolver later today as well, is the plan. There we go, shoulder pads. Actually, all of these orangey bits have been looking like this. You just paint them all metal, and then we clear coat this, which I'm gonna go off doing later, and then we'll put all uh, the primer filler that I'm using, and then we're gonna put on some of the orange paint on this. But first, of course, also a bunch of toothpaste because we need to make these look like this, right? That's the whole plan. I'm also working on a new neck piece because instead of having like long strips going this way, getting all those lines, I can just do this, and then we'll have one line here, and I'll put it. It's basically like a hat. And then we'll put like a brim sort of here. And then the plan is to cut lines in this and open them up with heat so it looks not so mono shaped. I don't know. It doesn't look so smooth and weird. We'll make some ribbing basically. Alright, but first things first. Before we start weathering the big chest-to-chest piece, we need to do some numbering. Uh, Right, which one was it that I wanted? It's this one. And somebody here might recognize this number. I think it's related to somebody who might be in chat somehow. You're about to become immortal or something. Uh, the project name, well, the character name, because the character doesn't really have a personality. The character, you should cut it in. You are brilliant. I should have also printed it on with the laser because the laser should be able to print on those papers. But that means I need to find some plastic for it. I think I have it here. I might have it at home. I'm not sure actually. But then I also need to transfer it to, well, I could just draw on it, I guess. But I like the super clean lines that you get from the print. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's give that a go. That is, of course, a super brilliant idea. Putting some, here we go. Maybe if I actually show you the number and everything, you might understand what the hell I'm talking about. So here we go. So, one thin OH film or plastic sheet over that. We shall tape these together so they don't slip around so much. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you mean yeah, yeah, I could just cut through it, you mean? You don't even have to transfer it. That is very okay. That is a you're full of good ideas today. You are just full of good ideas. Oh, thank you, Simon. That is very kind of you, sir. Thank you for keeping that up. That is very appreciated. I can actually just tape it all the way around, I think. Well, actually, we're gonna put it on a curved surface. Well, that surface isn't super curved, to be honest. So let's do it like this. I'm also starting to think if my arms are too smooth, I think I might want to make them like square working. Making lunch, that's a good plan. You do that, sir. You do that. I just had lunch. Well, a small portion of my lunch. I'll take a break at some point. And then we cut it out like this, of course. And we should also use some kind of a ruler so our cuts are super straight. Because you're in the army now. And I have this super tiny, like 15 centimeter ruler. And I'm keeping the ruler on the outside, not like this, because I want to see where the lines meet properly. In case anybody is curious to what I'm thinking here. I guess some people are curious about what I'm thinking, because you're like here. And if I don't explain what I'm doing, feel free to like, hey, psst, can you explain what you're doing now, or what you're thinking now, or what's going on? In case you want to know, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Oh, I haven't even looked at this camera yet. Here we go. And we can just feel which edges have been cut. But yeah, I'm gonna need to take some of this paper. Well, actually, I have. Yeah, I know, isn't it? There is a little funny story about the whole why I choose this number, and it actually has to do with you, just so you know. Now, well, we all remember the doctor who died in battle or something, because we started. Well, it wasn't the start, but somewhere in the middle of this project, we were in on doing a doctor, and then we started talking about like shooting weapons and stuff, and it's like that's not necessarily a doctor. And then I was starting to think about, well, you know, he could be a medic or something. And then, of course, you told me uh, about your careers in life, and I was like, okay, if I make a combat medic, he's gonna be like something 87. And now it's not a combat medic anymore, but the 87 stuck around anyway. Of course, if I were to make a combat medic and call him something 87, I think I would have talked to you about it before making that decision, because, you know, it can be quite personal. But yeah, that was the medic idea that passed by. Now we got subject 87 here, who is, oh, I don't remember what I called it. He is a experimental cybernetic enhanced soldier, where some government, undisclosed at the moment, might never in the future, when cybernetics are like more advanced, tried to make cybernetically enhanced soldiers from the general population. Basically, not super trained soldiers, but with machine control and possibly drugs involved and stuff like that. Uh, Trying to like pop out soldiers really, really quickly because we always tried to figure out, I mean, as a race, how to make the best soldier the best and quickest and most efficient way, right? Guy who can produce an army bigger and faster than everybody else has an edge. And so instead of having drill sergeants screaming at people to learn how to walk and how to make beds, how about we just alter people so we can program them? How about that? And I have a name for this project even. I started actually even writing a background story. Um, I find it a bit simpler when you're trying to invent a character to have a world he lives in, so you know how things could work. So basically, in the not too far future, setting looks kind of like if you have seen the anime Akira, the movie, something like that. It's most people live in peace in big cities or so, but there is like this military, grungy background, something lurking in the shadows, and we don't really know what it is, and so slightly dystopian maybe. And at some point, some government project started. Some government started to fund this project, whatever I decided to call it. I don't remember. We could look it up actually, because I think I wrote it. I'm pretty sure I wrote it in my Google Docs because that's where I write my things. And yeah, that's. Oh, wait, didn't I? Didn't I just cut there? No, I just thought I did. Okay, special. Yeah, so that's basically how he escaped, got lost, or whatever happened. I haven't written that part yet, so I don't know if he is lost or if he ran away. But at some point, something happened, and I'm thinking my most common thought is that I'm thinking the project was scrapped. Somebody either figured out what the hell these mad people were doing and shut it down, or they had, more likely, I think, there was some kind of cataclysmic uh, accident with some of the subjects. Old Man's Wars about Earth Space Force. Uh, oh no. Oh my god, that is. No, I am not. Oh, wait, these pixel, you messed this up. These, how are these gonna be? How did they? This is a bad font. I downloaded a bad font. Because these bits needs to, otherwise these are never gonna be stuck. Or do I have to put them in afterwards? Yeah, because no, wait, they're not. They're just cut. I just cut badly there. That's what I did. Yeah, exactly. It's this bit. I cut these. I just cut these straight across, and I shouldn't have done that. I will put a piece of tape or something there. Yeah, because I cut straight off like that, so we'll need to fix that. That's me just following the lines, cutting everything without any considerations. We'll just take a very thin piece of tape. Tapey tapey, indeed. No, Old Man's War. I need to check that. That sounds like something they should make a movie of. I would watch that movie. I kind of want to read that book. That sounds pretty cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, scribble this, all the things. This is a good advice. And that's just paper now. Ooh, that sounds cool. Just as, but we wanted to. I think we should listen to the book about the fool and everything first, so we can like keep to the same story thingy, so we don't lose track of that. Because I'm a little bit curious about that as well. Here we go. Just gonna, the word talks about it. Could somebody else please pick that up? Besides Netflix, they don't have the best reputation of adaptations. But it could be still working. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Mitch, welcome in. Up is a direction. It's that way usually. Uh, that is what's up. Wait, what? So how on earth? Okay, so the plastic bit here got lost. How the? What the? Well, we're gonna use this stencil one, so I don't care if there's paper there then. I don't care. It's also gonna be dirty and grimy. And then we'll just put this down right smack in the middle of the chest, like that. And then we shall do some measurements actually. Not that I think that they would take a tape measure in the military to just measure it out like this, but still, I'm gonna. So that's about 9.5 centimeters. The height is pretty good. To that edge, that's 12. That's 10. Well, it's actually 11 to that one, so just a little bit. 11 and a half. 11 and a half ish. So there we go. The height. So hard to see because there's no freaking straight lines to guide you at all. I'm trying to, yeah, good luck seeing anything. Well, that light actually helps for once. Shining into the plastic, you can see the 87. And I also didn't put it on. I should have put it really straight on to the plastic. Doll custom, you've been thinking about various? Yes. If there is picture and you are willing to show us them pictures, we shall be happy with pictures. Also, kids, oh, it actually got stay there. Otherwise, rip off some pieces of tape if you're going to use tape if you don't have an assistant around. Yeah, and I'm also thinking uh, they have, according to my storyline so far, 113 of these to start with. So I'm not thinking they're going to go with the tape measure and go, oh, the kernel is going to be upset if this is straight on. They're just going to go, psht, psht. So not being perfectly in the middle and aligned would probably, oh wait, actually I can use this though to get a pretty decent middle of things. Where I want it, because I'm gonna do like a white line around this that goes up and down as well is the plan, just to get some interesting stuff going on. Slapping on epoxy, we like that. Epoxy slapping is cool. Oh my, oh yeah, customizing your stuff. That is very cool. I am very looking forward to see where that ends up. But as I was saying on the tape issue, if you don't have several extra hands or an assistant or something, rip off a few pieces of tape and put them on the side before you start messing about. And then of course we're not gonna spray this. I'm just gonna sponge it on and not getting it too covered because we're about to do this to this whole thing. Let's see how long that takes. And so it's going to be worn, and so we don't want the of this white of this to be too nice and shiny and completely covering, because it's easier to deal. It is a lot easier to deal with getting little white on. Because if I'm gonna have to redo some orange, that's a rattle can, which means I need to spray out some paint in a jar. That is, but talking about jar, that is a jar. Ta-da! So a little wonkiness is okay because it's slapped on there quickly by some military dude. I was gonna say some conscripted military dude, but this is a secret military project, so I'm guessing I am guessing they just don't take anybody. It's like, go run and get me a soldier. Who? I don't care. I just need somebody who can like spray paint. Maybe that's why the project failed in the end, because they didn't really think about who they were giving access to. No, I don't think. I do not think uh, that it's just not anybody in a top secret project like this. Then we're just gonna start out with this, because this is a very thin, and this paint is just like horrible. But for making, oh, sorry, making stuff like this, it's pretty good to start with because it sort of makes the area not white, but it makes it sort of pale looking. And then we can go in with a, because we want it to be look like it has been on here since the start of this. But we also, hey, hello, look at that, buongiorno. Welcome to the stream, Steva. Nice to see you in my chat. Also, what the hell are you doing awake now? What the hell are you doing awake now? And thank you. And that's the white glaze. Where's my white paint? Where's my little Vallejo paint? There we go. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the shout out there, Bone Shooter. Indeed, go and check uh, Still a Rebel out. It's actually not too late. Okay, I have no idea what time it is in Japan right now, so. Yeah, this is coming along pretty, really super well. I am super happy where we are heading with this actually. After all the reimagining of things and all the changes of plans. Yeah, I'm just trimming down this sponge a bit so it doesn't have so many sharp edges because we're gonna try to avoid that. And again, we're not trying to get this to be a completely covered thing. It's gonna be a very, well, oh, there it is. We're going down this rabbit hole. So weathering is what we're doing. So I think that's gonna do it. Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. I got stuck staring at that for a bit because that like makes it look like something. Ah, worky, worky. The Yeah, me too. I literally got like stuck staring at it and forgot that I was streaming for a few seconds. Because that's yeah, and then I want to do like I'm thinking I might want to do a white line like that. I'm not sure. Well, I need arms and legs, and I need an undersuit. So, and but it's okay. It's 30 days to go. That's many hours. On this, we're gonna do weathering. Well, we're gonna repaint some stuff that is not going to be orange, like the fakey wells here, for example. We're gonna do that. We're gonna paint these in metallic colors. These are probably gonna be painted gray. These little bits up here are gonna be painted gray. And then we'll bring out the brown paints. And then we're gonna make this look really dirty and worn. Basically, yeah, because it's of course, it's gonna match this in the end. Okay, once this is dry, I'm gonna have to try this on. I haven't tried it on since I painted it orange. So, yeah, yeah, I love this. This is especially this when you end up with like a splotch of paint in the middle like that and these cracks. Because that's literally exactly how it looks. Oh yeah, this part is not so metallic as the other ones because so basically what I do, I paint the foam, which looks like this. in a dark paint, dark gray or black. And then when this is dry, we paint on a metallic, which is this tin from Amsterdam, a pewter paint. So it's a steelish but yellowish color. We stipple that on pretty hard, so you can literally feel the texture of the stippling a little bit, and then of course you have the texture of the whole surface. But oh, you know what? That is an excellent idea, actually, sweetheart. Well, yeah, and on top of this, I put a gloss clear coat once that is dry, because when you start rubbing off this paint, you don't want this paint to come off, and that's exactly what has happened here. I missed with the clear coat a bit. I like how these rolls are actually almost, not quite, but similar enough into this color. That's funny. Then of course there's going to be plastic pipes that go through like flexi pipes here. Uh, but yeah, and then on top of the clear coat, I put down the masking medium. In my case, it's toothpaste. Yep. And then over that, and you just put the toothpaste in the places where you want the paint to chip off. And then after that, I put on a primer filler, which gives it some thickness, which means if you draw your nails along these edges, there's a pretty big chance you're going to get stuck because there is actually a physical depth there. This is a thick layer of filler. Well, it's not a thick, but it's a layer of filler, and then on top of that filler, it's the orange paint. But we're going to do this whole process actually, and I want this to, it's a little bit wet still. So, and we do have some parts that are just metal, and these are for the shoulders. These are going to get orange as well. So they basically start out looking like this. They get painted in a metallic paint, dark, not really necessary, but I like to have a primer on under here. So I usually spray on a primer, then paint the dark paint, and then the metal. And these, however, don't have any clear coat on them, so they need to be clear coated before we can do anything with them. So I'm just gonna be off camera for a littlest while. All right. I just went over to my spray painting. I have a specific room for spray painting and stuff, so I had to put on the mask, so I turned off the microphone and stuff. Yeah, spring has started to kick in a bit as well around here. And then of course we're going to have to do all that again with these 6 parts, which well, let's just take this camera. Are going to go under the chest piece and sit on the side. Oh, there we go. Like, well, like that. Something like that. So yeah. Okie dokie. How is the white paint? Because we don't want to smear this beautiful, beautiful stencil text. Because it came out perfect in like how the coverage is and everything. Don't think I want a white line. Because if I put a straight white line over everything, you know what's going to be really visible? It's going to be really visible that this isn't on straight. Which is of course a thing that I didn't mind, but we don't have to call so much attention to it. And then of course the arm bits needs the same sort of treatment and painting. And the problem is I'm not sure how I want to do with these arms, but I'll see that better once this and the shoulders, because you can see there are, let's bring that in, some mounting holes here for the shoulders. Oh, that one has gotten clogged up with something, with paint and stuff. But yeah, once the shoulders are on, I'm gonna be able to see how those are really sitting in there. These pants don't want to stay up today. Do I have too many things in my pockets? Quite possibly. Let's find ourselves a little toothpick and oh, it's just a bit of paint. Okay, here we go. And then it's actually slightly metallic in its shine. Um, so I don't think we need to repaint that. God, that looks amazing on camera. It looks pretty cool in reality, but everything always looks better on camera. And that looks fantastic, I have to say. It always sort of blows my mind a bit. Okay, well, yeah, it does, just like it is, and just no, we're not weathering first pixel. We're doing these in a dark gray, and we're doing these in a dark gray, and we are repainting these into a metallic paint. That's gonna be metallic, and the welding. Oh, we should have probably put some toothpaste around all the welding actually. Maybe the welding is painted over. Probably is. They just didn't sand it down. It's a prototype military cyborg. What do you people expect? What do you expect? Like perfection and cuteness? I was considering if he would have been like on a garbage dump somewhere and somebody had like done like some graffiti or a tag on him. Might still happen, not so sure though. But yeah. And since we're just doing a little bit, we can just use the model paint for the gray. This is way too bright though. I want a dark gray. Give me darkness. Well, okay. First paint I grab, dark gray. Weathering equipment. Well, I've used shoe polish, which is technically an oil paint because it's a fatty oil and it has pigments in it. But I understand what you mean. And I agree with you. I want to see that as well. And then we need a decent brush for that. You look decent enough. And I could put this on a wet palette, but I don't want to bother with changing paper in it and stuff. Oh, that's a lot of water. Oh, okay. Sucked up a lot of water in the brush, of course. And the best thing with doing detail work like this, let's see if I can't bring you around a bit. Here we go. You should be able to see that, yeah. With the model paints is of course these paints are super highly pigmented, so they got re you get really good coverage, especially with colors like gray. This little I don't know what we're gonna call it, bit. It's gonna be metallic. We'll get a smaller brush to get in between there. And in this case, it's better if we leave a bit of orange at the bottom than putting some gray on the orange, because as I mentioned, the orange is a rattle can, so it's going to be annoying if I need to repaint too much of the orange. Uh, and the gray is, well, the gray might be painted on as well, like with the, like when they made, I'm thinking, what do we call it? In game, in character, in world, in character. Sounds like it's gonna work. Like for in character, why this is gray. Maybe this needs to be even darker gray. I mean, this is dark gray, but there is Vallejo has a color named black gray, which is very close to black. And there is no actually particular reason why I want this gray, except that I don't want a big chunk of orange everywhere. This is purely an aesthetic choice from me in the real world, not in character, so to speak. I mean, because there's gonna be weathering and stuff, and we're gonna grime this down. The funny thing about painting things in a one-to-one scale, however, because I know there's a bunch of miniature painters listening to this, a few anyway. Uh, the biggest difference is, of course, you don't paint highlights on scale one-to-one. Movie props don't have highlights because they get highlights because they get these shiny parts from the lights because they're one-to-one scale. Uh, my only exception to that really is on metallics because painting, unless you have a really smooth surface, your metallics are never gonna What are they? Yeah, what are miniature painters? Why do why paint small things when you can paint big things? No, but you don't need to paint the highlights on things when they are one-to-one scale because they get highlights from the lights. Metallics can be different depending on how much of a good uh, base you have to paint it on and how smooth that surface is. But getting highly reflective metals otherwise is a bit of a chore. There's a reason why mirrors haven't always been around. Well, mirrors have made out of glass haven't always been around. Because you use metal as like the mirror because it reflects as well. Screams and tries to paint miniatures. Well, just keep on practice. Yeah, practice. That's all. And you're a fairly creative person who's used to paints, so you can do it. The important part is don't look at other people's models and go, I can never paint like that, because then you will never be able to paint like that. Look at the last model you painted and see if you made any improvements. So you should compare to yourself and your own work, unless you can go like, oh, that is awesome. I want to learn how this person did that, because then it's good to look at other. You can try to be inspired by looking at other people instead of being like, oh gosh. Just imagine how long it can have taken somebody to reach the level to paint some of the things. I mean, because let's be honest, there are some people out there who are insane, insanely good at this painting stuff. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, and there's a lot of and when you do like Borderlands cosplay things, when people do like cell shading, it's also really cool. And with props, especially for cosplay, there's you always, well, not always, you often is the word I'm trying to use. You often see like characters from games and stuff, so they have a certain aesthetic, which means it doesn't look real, so to speak. Which is cool because that is another whole another genre. Then you can just start making things look more real. But let's face it, nothing from Borderlands will look as cool in real life as it does on the. Because that is a very nice looking game. And the reason why I like the highly pigmented, should these be metal maybe? Nah, the high metal, the high pigmented miniature colors and model colors for this is because the orange paint is a super glossy paint, and that means it can be tricky to get paint to stick to it, but these paints work very, very well for it. We could do metal on those actually, I think. But why would they be metal? Pure metal, pure metal. Bare metal, I mean they would have to be like aluminium or something. We don't do bare metal because if it's just steel, it's gonna rust. But Pixel, you keep talking about this Subject 87 and you keep saying that he's a military prototype. Why is he orange like a bloody industrial robot then, right? Since when is this a good camouflage for a military unit? It isn't. And that's the whole point. This is a prototype. And when you're field testing your prototypes and they collapse in the underbrush in the forest somewhere, you want to be able to find him. Maybe his tracker is damaged or whatever. You want to see him while you're doing your tests. Isn't that an extremely convenient excuse I just made up before to why I can do an orange army cyborg robot dude? Yes, yes it is. But I also made up the whole world he lives in, the dystopian future, and the government, or maybe they're not really government. Maybe they're like a shadow government organization. I don't know. Some kind of organization that made cybernetic things. I made up a lot of stuff, so why wouldn't I make up why he can be orange? It's like when people say, you can't use that word, it's too new, it's like a made up word. And it's like, yes, all words are made up. And everything about this dude is made up. God, this is a floor mat. Okay? The thing. Yeah, you see? Sculpting, sculpting. Yeah. Oh, that. You see? There you are. Sculpting, sculpting. And technically, well, it's not in miniature scale that doll actually, I suppose. So you're home free from miniatures anyway, so far. And it's also a lot when it comes to miniatures, depends on what you're gonna use them for. Are they for a game? Then doing all the cool light effects can be a bit of a trap, to be honest, in my opinion, because you move them around in different lights, different gaming tables in different places. So that cool light effect might not look as cool under the wrong light. So a more general lighty thing. You can do like a little glowing lamp or a glowing weapon or something, lightsabers, whatever. But cenital light painting on miniatures that are used for games can look really weird, especially if they stand together, a bunch of them, and they're painted at different times and they have different highlighting and stuff. It's like, why does it look like they stand in 7 different types of sunlight? If it's for a display piece or not for a game, to me it makes more sense to paint cool light directions and so on. Not saying you shouldn't for a game piece, but I think it can look really weird. Because then you have these painted houses or scenery that you're playing around with, which also has a painted differently in different lights. So it's much better to build props because you don't have to worry so much about highlights if you don't want to make a specific style. Don't have to get paint all the way in, but I want some paint around the edges because I'm not sure how much of it that's going to be visible in the end. And I have some of that PVC flexi pipe that's slightly, oh yeah, here we go. Uh, that's gonna go in here and get glued in place, but we're gonna fix those up and paint those separately first. So we can get in under and paint everything here. And then of course we're gonna have to do something about these areas on the bottom. But I have some ideas I want to try out for the armor to go down a little bit further. All right, let's keep on grayifying the world. The best part with a darkish gray is that it's a decent base for metallics if we want to make these metallics. I am almost regretting painting them gray even, though, so I don't think we're going to go for metal. I think they would have looked good but in orange as well, but at the same time I don't want everything to be orange because it's going to be much harder to see all the cool details if they're all in the same color. Yeah, so Pixel, if these little buckle thingies are gonna be metal, why don't you paint them gray as well? Right? Why did you bother so much to not get paint on them? If they're gonna be metal and this gray paint is a good base for an okay base for a metal steelish metal, why don't you just paint that right away while you have paint on the brush? Yeah, because sometimes the brain takes a while to catch up, I guess. There we go. I think we're gonna paint these in a darker color, maybe even. I don't know. They might be full or well, the future might be orange. You never know. Nah, he's a test. He's a test prototype thingy. He's supposed to be easy to spot in the underbrush in the forest, in case they need to like remotely shut him down or something, or he crashes when they're field testing him in the woods. It's kind of the same orange you can see people out in the forests that are hunting have on their caps and stuff and on their hats because it's super high visible. Me, I just like bright colors when it comes to things like this. It's gonna be so much fun to take all the pictures of all with this thing on. And I didn't even try it on, as I said I would after the white paint had dried on the numbers. But once the gray has paint dried, then we can do that, because I kind of want to see how it looks. I haven't tried it on, because I painted it orange today. I literally, right before the stream, was standing with some paper towels and wiping it down to get all the water off it after I washed off all the toothpastey things. Oh, I think we have some toothpaste left under here. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Yeah, no, so I made up why he can be orange because I made up everything else. So I just kept on making things up. Yeah, but understanding where the character comes from when you're making up a character, and so you can explain uh, design decisions and maybe behaviors and stuff like that, is quite important, I think, to sort of sell the story. I had a brief discussion with another maker in a Facebook group today. He made a really, really nice looking post-app sword, post-apocalyptic katana, and I commented on it and like, oh, that's so cool. And then I was like, but uh, because we talked about it like last stream or last stream, Japanese weapons, and I was like, but that is a straight blade, so it's technically not a katana, I guess. But then again, it's also a post-apocalyptic world, I wrote, and so I mean, maybe they just heard the name, they heard a brief description, and they just made something that resembles it. And he's like, yeah, I know about the blade, but most people don't, so it doesn't matter. And yeah, you kind of understood the character thingy right away, uh, that it's a somebody calls it because it's like a famous name for a weapon, and you know, so if you make a sword, you might call it that. Yeah, and world design is so cool. Um, it so helps you make decisions, even for just a random cosplay. It will help you. Oh, that wrinkles the paint quite a lot. We'll have to be a bit careful now. It is painted now, Pixel. You need to be careful uh, to understand. But yeah, I mean, if he comes through, if we're talking about another planet or something, if we're that far in the future, colonizing space, maybe he is from the orange planet. And that would explain why he's orange. Because I was literally starting to like, oh, I want to paint him orange because it's gonna look so cool. And then I was like, but if he's a military thingy, why would he be orange? You're so silly, Pixel. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to make it green, like that military green, which is not a bad color, but I really didn't want him to be that. And then I was like, well, he's a prototype, so maybe they're just painting him in a bright color so they can find him when he collapses during field tests. And that is now the fact of this world that they have done this. We have a couple of similar buckle bracket thingies, like on the shoulders. So let's get them into a similar color as well then. And then we'll paint this part. Oh, I am knocking around the camera. I could literally hear myself knocking the camera. Sorry about that. Oh, it's a bit gray there between around. Let's I mean, we're gonna weather this, but we don't have to have the big gray splotch. But we also don't have to worry if it looks a little bit dirty right off the start, like that. Yes, some water in the brush and suck that paint right out of there. Water will go into the paint and make it very runny, and then the brush will absorb it. Mhm. All of this is going to be metal, but I don't think we need to gray that down actually. We'll just paint that metal right off. Let's see how that works. We can always go back and change our mind. And another thing that is really good with model paints is that most of this is a little bit wet there, just the tiniest bit there, but it dries really quickly. But yeah, I kind of want these shoulder parts to be darker. So let's see if we can do that. Well, if we can do that, let's see how we are going to do that. Because I don't think I want to go full black on them. Because if we do a lot of black on this and it's super orange, it reminds me of a car my mom used to drive. Must have been around when I was like 17 or something. It was literally this orange. Because here we go, black gray. Let's see how much dark. Oh, that was already thinned out quite a lot. But yeah, that's quite a lot darker. So that's the dark gray and that's the black gray. Let's see how much this covers now. Oh, it does cover pretty well. Just it's a bit, almost a bit thin, but it'll do. Once we start to weather this properly, any tiny differences in color won't be that noticeable. It's gonna dull down the shininess of everything as well, which is good because the model paints are quite matte, while the orange spray is very, very shiny and glossy. Well, that sounds nice. The question is, are you going there for the Easter thingy on Sunday? I guess. Easter egg hunt is the highlight of the year. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if these get dark gray on, then they're going to be metal anyway. These little clip thingies. Okie dokie. And this little janky part here needs some more trimming, but I wanted to get this painted and stuff, and then we're gonna. Oh, there's some toothpaste left here. Then we're gonna keep building a little bit around this. This part is basically, uh, I don't know yet who, but somebody has helped this poor soul. He probably lives in the under part of a city. I'm thinking all the cities are pretty big, hive-like, sprawling cities. Fifth element, everything that goes down below the mists is what happens below the mist stays below the mist, sort of thing. And some kind of underground gang or person or family or whatever has been taking care of this guy. Uh, So he's got a bit of a hot wiring going on here, so we can recharge his energy thingy that he's got here. This is gonna have a little cool mark for radioactive here, and then we're gonna put some hazard stripes on it. You have no more school for a week. Ooh, it's a treasure hunt. My dad hides. It's your dad that hides the eggs. All right. Hunt all the eggs. First to the egg. Anybody? No? Maybe? Maybe somebody? Anybody else? No? 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 First to the egg? No? First to the key? No? Well, I guess not. I guess not. Let's wait. I'll talk about more. I'll just give every chat a time to catch up. Don't worry. I'll explain what the hell am I talking about. We're waiting for some paint to dry, paint to dry, paint to dry. We're waiting for some paint to dry and then we'll try it on. I really hate to wait for paint. Really hate to wait for paint. It's boring. It's from Ready Player One. Because there's an Easter egg hidden in the game. Well, in the game, well, in Oasis, their virtual reality. They have this like, oh, first to the egg, first to the key, yeah, we're gonna win. Okay, you can have a look at this instead. This is the workshop. Michiruni. And if your place is cleaner than this, you can just chill. If you don't want to go and clean so you get it done, because that's very good for you. I'm just saying. That is true. It is a workshop. But you're doing stuff around like home. So that's like a workshop, live space thingy. God, I really like those numbers. They came out exactly like I wanted to. So every time I turn this around now, it's like, ooh, yeah, I forgot about that. All right, all right. Down arms, off microphone. Well, that made me happy. And it's so comfortable to wear so far. It's amazing. It's like you can walk around in it literally for. It's gonna be warm after a while, but yeah, we are getting there. Okay, should we metalize? Oh gosh, that needs some more paint on it. Look at everything from every angle so you don't miss things. I mean, this is not a place where it's gonna be super easy to see things, but with a bit of bad luck, it can ruin pictures when you're photographing things later. Don't forget to look everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Ooh, nice. Yay for nice people who gives us Bluetooth headphones. Because I didn't buy these. I got these from Hawks. Hawks gave them to me. Oh yeah, I wanted this line to be like metal as well, I think. Just to break up again, to break up the monotone surface. Well, that is very nice of him. Uh, they are super nice to wear these. Uh, the only issue I have with these is that they're obviously made more for gaming, maybe. So every time I stand working like this, they tend to start to want to slip down, but not like fall off, but like you can, after a while, you feel like these have moved, basically. So there's like a, yeah, you can see there's like two bits of thin foam here. I am thinking about doing them in metal. Okay, that black gray. Oh yeah, no, that can be interesting for sure, trying to work out and having cables. Yeah, and these are so great to have here because I can just move around without losing. The microphone is always at the same distance and it's not attached to anything, so I won't be ripping things apart by moving around too much and forgetting about them. Yeah, it is. Hi, Shark. Isn't it? Isn't it? Look at it. Oh my God. Oh my God, I love the blackness of these lines that I just drew here. Maybe I won't make them into metal. Maybe I'll just keep those black. Because that really frames that in really nicely. Yeah, I think these are gonna stay black. Hi Shark, how are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, we're getting close to weathering here. We're gonna do some metallic paints first though. Okay, so these are going black. Those are definitely going black too. Because I really love this super stark contrast. Oops. Well, did you have somewhere to be, or are you just like chilling at home today, or because if you don't have any appointments or anything, does it really matter when you wake up? Huh, you see? Did you sleep well? Was it a good sleep before you woke up? Because if that's it, then you have successfully slept well. And sleeping well is important. It was a good sleep. See, all good. The only time the awake during the specific hour thingy is important is if you have somewhere to be, where you have agreed to be, like you have a job or whatever. Otherwise, it's my philosophy, as long as you get enough sleep and you're happy with it, it's good. It's all good. People get stressed out about, oh, it's too late in the night, I have to sleep. Like, why? Why do you have to do? I mean, unless you have to be somewhere and stuff like that, of course. But otherwise, it's like, why? Why? But it's sunlight and people tell me, and it's like, no, just relax. Stop stressing yourself out about your sleep patterns. Yes, there is fried chicken left in the box. Go forth and nom. You were streaming and pestering people, yeah? Did you have fun? I mean, it's gonna come down to the same thing in the end. Uh, I don't mind living outside of the box of what's considered the norm or normality. Yeah, we deep fried some small bits of chicken yesterday because we wanted to have some fried chicken and then some rice and of course the sauce has been, well, I don't know if you call it a sauce, whatever. The garlicky creme fraiche has been sitting there all night, just oozing garlic into every little particle of the rest of it. So it's really nice and garlicky today. And we do like ourselves the garlics in this in that house. In our family? Yeah, that makes more sense. Because we're not in the same house right now. Household. Yeah, household. That could work, I suppose. Yeah. So this here is the main part of Subject 87. Ta-da! Hmm. Which is a military prototype cyborg soldier in a, well, failed crashed attempt to use the general population and turn them into cybernetically enhanced soldiers. So you don't have to train them, you can just program them. But for an unknown reason so far, anyway, the project was discontinued under mysterious circumstances, and at least one of the subjects is free in the wild somewhere, hiding in the shadows, and that would of course be subject 87. So there is no more doctor. The doctor tried to harvest something from subject 87, I think, and then he got absorbed into this. Yeah, that is definitely what that motto could be. I thought you were fixing the table so we could use it for sewing, not to bring you back from the fantastic garlic t-shirt idea, but I'm just I'm reminding you of what you said. That is all. And since I want this to be metallic as well, the ring here is going to be sort of an aluminium color, I'm thinking, and the dome is going to be like a very mm, much darker metallic color. And I want at least the base metallics and everything done before I start weathering, because otherwise we're just going to have to do weathering again. And as much as I like doing weathering, I also despise doing work, unnecessary work. Yeah, but I'm not sure about the arms, but as I said, we'll see once this is done and the shoulders are done, and I have, because once this is done and the shoulder is done, the shoulder pieces are done and painted, uh, which won't be so long because they have already been started painting their metallic. Oh, they're clear coated now, by the way. That's what I went away and do. So we could actually go and do that while we're waiting for this paint to dry. We need to put some toothpaste on them, and we can do that on camera. Even though I'm not gonna spray paint them obviously here because I want to be in a well ventilated room, or at least in the room where I spray paint and wear my respirator for that. Because all of this is gonna need some time to dry completely. And then we need to paint that metal. Oh yeah, okie dokie. So let's leave 87 there for you to glare at while I go and get the stuff. Okie dokie. Shoulder bits that are gonna be painted orange and stuff and end up here. But after this is painted and done, of course. Alright, so the stage we are at with this is that we need to put some toothpaste where we want the chipping effect. Of course, you don't have to use toothpaste. You can also use mustard if you want to, or buy latex and do it like the proper way, so to speak. But of course, doing it that way costs a hell of a lot more money. The thing to think about when you're using toothpaste is that you need to spray the paint on with an airbrush or rattle can, because you can't brush over the toothpaste with the color because it will just smear the toothpaste. That's when the late. If you need to paint everything with a brush, then you should use latex or like a normal masking fluid, which usually is latex based. Okay, and then we need to carry these gently away from here. But yeah, let's do this. There is no particular special brand or anything for that. Any cheap old toothpaste from the dollar store will work. And we just uh, smear some of this up. You can do this with a brush if you want to. You can do it with like spatula, whatever. Mm. You can think like in corners and stuff. There's a lot of water. There's a high chance of rust, eating through the paint and stuff and through the metal. But yeah, basically just. Do I think it's gonna look cool here? Yeah, let's do it there. I mean, just The color got scraped off here at some point, so it started to rust the metal underneath. I don't know why these military dudes made these cyborgs from like iron, but they did apparently because it's obviously seeing. Well, actually, it's not that rusty metal, so maybe it's not actually iron they did use. I don't know, but that's a thing to consider as well. Uh, Edges and stuff, and as much or as little as you can. Then I'm gonna take these away again, and we're gonna spray paint them first with a filler primer to a weapon and some stealth training. Well, I don't know why you need the stealth training. Are you gonna like go up and cut their throats? Or are you like gonna try and sneak up on the birds that are flying around? I don't know. Otherwise you usually shoot birds, I'm thinking. Which you of course you can't do either, but still. I'm really not sure why you need the stealth training. Or is that just like an added bonus thing? Might as well get it while you're doing things, sort of deal. If you leave the toothpick on kind of thick, it's easier to see through the paint where it is, so it's not too thin, because then you might get surprise toothpaste left. Another added advantage of using toothpaste over latex, latex smells like crap, and this doesn't. This smells minty fresh. No, that will chase them off for a bit, and then they will probably come back. They are just a part of living there, I would surmise. Just smack it on there and try not to keep the edges so smooth because you want that sort of cracking effect in the paint when you do this. So on to back to the spraying room with those and put some primer on those, and then we shall come back and this should be dry and we can start treating it horribly bad with some brown paint. That's gonna be fun. That's always the fun part. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Very important stuff. Very important stuff when you're doing Rattle stuff and stuff like that. Uh, so the idea to catch the seagulls is now to wear a bucket of fries on the head. All right, I'm not surprised. Just not surprised. There is no surprise in that. Okay, where are you? Here you go, little brushy brush. Dun, 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 dun. One bad brush to rule them all. Okay, so where am I gonna be? I'm gonna be mostly here, like so, like that. Oh, you can see the behind. Oh yeah, we wanted to do the metallics first. Actually, this is just the mostly on that one, and we don't have to bother about doing anything there. So, brownification. Here we go. Some of that most lovely paint of all paints, raw umber. And some paper to just starting by going over all the edges in one place. Making sure we don't have too much paint on, and then just gently brush over the edges and, you know, along the where we want the dirt to start to show. And because of the texture of this paint that we have on, dry brushing this just over any surface will actually dull it down and make it quite dirty. And going with the edge, like repeatedly on the same place, starts this streaking that you want to have, because where the fluids like water and rain and stuff starts going down. Just getting some base dirt on here, and then we'll go back with a smaller brush and we'll start doing all the real streaking and doing not shading. Yeah, we're streaking it now. It's starting to look rather dirty. But there's going to be streaking from where the water is collected in these edges everywhere. And we're going to darken down the edges to bring some depth in it as well. So we're almost shading it, even though you really, in general, don't need to shade or highlight full scale stuff. Right here, we get water collected and it starts running down there. So a lot of dirt there. all these like little, yeah, you can see there's like little splotches here and there, and that's because the texture of the paint is, the orange paint is grabbing the paint of the brush as we pass over, which is literally why I have made sure that the orange paint will go on, just like that. And it's usually something you see when you do bad prep for painting. You get the bad surface to paint on. So basically, I'm using uh, what would be normally considered, if you wanted a smooth and nice paint job, this sort of uh, fail technique, but I'm using it to create this effect instead. And then in all these little nooks and crannies and places, we're gonna need to go in with a smaller brush. Jabbing in some dirt and mushing it around in the deeper parts here where a lot of fluids will have collected over the years or months. I don't know. It's probably not been out in the free world that long at this point, to be honest. And even though we are dry brushing this whole thing, we can actually dissolve some of this if we think it's too thick with just water, because the paint hasn't really set that much yet. And then we can go back in over, smooth things out a bit. I mean, maybe somebody tried to clean him up at some point, who knows? But it can help you get rid of some of the brush strokes really doesn't look, that really looks like brush strokes, because you really don't want too much of that. I want it to look like proper dirt and not something that some crazy dude in yellow headphones have painted onto the surface. like around here, we'll have to go in with a smaller brush uh, because we can't fit this brush in there basically. And we're going to build some more around this part so we don't have to worry too much about it, but I'd rather do a little bit too much work in that case. Then have to try and go back and do more weathering later on top of everything again. I like doing weathering, but I don't like, as I mentioned before, to work unnecessarily. Don't do the same thing twice if you don't have to. Another good thing about one-to-one scale is that you can, uh, if you want to have a naturally looking water drip somewhere, you can just drip water on it. Because water drops are fantastically enough the same scale, because yeah, you can't really do that very well when it comes to miniatures because the water drops are too big. And then with the fairly wet paint, not like wash running, but very wet paint, you just gently start to put these streaks in. Uh, and it can be tricky and seem tricky to go fast, but it's actually easier if you do this to get a straight line than you try to go like slowly because your hand will wobble. So you will most likely get a better result if you just go like, and if you don't, well, there it is, gone. Quite easy to remove while it's still wet, and since we're putting on the paint very wet right now, we do have some extra time in which we can remove or move around the paint as we want to and thin it out and so on. I mean, if there's a lot of water running down here, it's going to collect a lot of water here, and that's why we want some extra streaking and stuff here. And then we'll do some extra shading, as I said, on the metallic surfaces around here, so it looks like this orange paint layer is maybe looks a little bit thicker than it is. But we already have the filler primer under here, which means, oh, that's a lot of pigment. Uh, and that filler primer makes the paint layer a little thicker. And most people, I find, have a preferred direction. Mine is this, that way. So I'd rather move the thing I am painting around a bit to get that to make a straight line. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just painting in a thin, almost like a wash of the paint around all the edges. Because even if you might like, oh, but up here it should be darker and should be lighter down there because of shade. But this isn't so much actual shadows like it is grime and dirt that has been caught up on this edge. And then we'll go in with the very wet brush and we'll just feather the edges so we don't, because we don't want really sharp edges here. But the water, the surface tension of water would keep the water around the edge once it starts to dry. And then we can just easily dirt it down with a very watered down paint. So what we're doing here is not actually shadows as much as it is dirt that has been left by water. Yeah, or like paint on paint on paint. Like they haven't like, oh, we need a thin layer of paint. They're just like thick layer of paint just to cover it all. That gives you like a depth, and there is a bit of that in because we have a sprayer. We have sprayed filler primer, which I usually use for uh, filling out print lines when I 3D print things. But I covered the whole thing before I painted it orange in that, just to give it some volume. And now we're just adding in dirt and grime around all the edges because that's how water behaves. Water does want to run upwards if there's a small enough surface and the surface tension and the pressure behind it is enough. So water creeps upwards in cracks and things. That's why you get water hanging up under here. If there's a light water drop running here, it's going to stop at the edge, fall into the metal part, and then it's going to start flowing around the edges more than straight across, unless it's a lot of water, because then the weight of the water will just keep that pushing downwards instead. But just a little bit of water. And here we have a nice gooey corner. And then the water would run this way, sort of. Yeah, we need to go in with this super thin water to paint around all the pipes and everything so we don't end up with any orange shiny bits in here. Because if we do, and then we start taking pictures of this for the submission to the contest, and all of a sudden you see all these bright orange spots everywhere, it's really gonna ruin everything. Yeah, so if you really want to like start, I mean, you can just mimic how things look at the reference pictures and mimic that, but if you really want to start to, uh, especially when it comes to one-to-one scale painting, like full-size, real-life size painting, uh, you're gonna find that you're gonna start studying a lot of stuff that you didn't think you would ever be studying. Well, there's a chance. I'm not gonna say you will because maybe you think everything. Maybe you're like me and you just think everything is interesting. I'd like to know what makes things go tick. Basically, I want to know why things happen. That's in my nature. And all of a sudden, you're googling surface tension and looking at how water behaves. Not only looking at the reference pictures of old farm machines and construction machinery for rust and stuff, you're like starting to, why does it? I can see it ends up here, but why? Why is this part rusty and weird? And why didn't this happen over here? And the important, you start to ask the important questions in life. Anywhere that there is an edge, when water comes running down, there's gonna be a little bit more dirt because once the water starts to evaporate, it leaves behind the dust and the other particles that are caught in the water. And that's why you can sort of randomly just jab at things when you do a lot of this, because dirt goes on so randomly. There's an armor plate line here. It's gonna collect a lot of water. And then one thing that water with surface tension of water is that it's funny is that in places like this you tend to get little hills like that where water streaks down because the water pools here until it gets so much it starts running onto the side, but it sort of builds up here because of the surface tension. So adding a few places where you have those little triangular top thingies like that means that there's been a lot of water streaking down there, but slowly, so it had time to pool up. And we're doing the edges of this whole metallic bit here. Am I still? Yep, I'm still on camera. Woohoo! And then we go back with a wet brush and we feather all the edges so it in some places you can have a little bit of sharpness, but in general I try to avoid super sharp lines. Let's not forget that place and in here behind. Whereas even if they try to clean, it's going to be hard to reach in here, even with the water hammering down on the in the next rainy day. All these little sharp corners will have layers and layers and layers of dirt. Just like an ogre, or cake, or an onion, or whatever. You know, layers. And feather the edges. Start from the bottom. There will be streaking quite much. A little bit from there, maybe. Water flows down, gets caught up here, starts running over there, gets caught up there, maybe a little bit there. And we can have some streaking going through the metallic area as well. It won't be so visible unless you start looking closely, but the overall impression will be helped by that. And then we'll keep doing this, wandering around this and looking at things from different angles and trying to figure out where all the dirt needs to be and not to be, and until we're happy and we'll move on to doing something else. Or maybe I feel like taking a break from this and move on to something else. That is also a possibility. But yeah, try to figure out why. Important questions to ask. I mean, you can just go rule of cool, I like how this looks, and then you can just let it be, and that's fine. But if you want to like get that extra realism into things, you need to start asking you these questions. Why? Why should I do this? Why? What would happen? Uh, I guess he was out in the rain a while, and then it's like this gets. This is. I mean, this brown is a lot of iron oxide. It's a lot of rust. It's not just dirt. Most of it's because it's still here. Mm. If it's just like dirt, it will get swept off at the next time it goes through a rainstorm or a shower or whatever sprouts water at him. Uh, the reason why it gets stuck a lot is of course because it is rust, so it actually eats itself into the paint and stays there. Rust is a little bit like that. And then we'll take some of this brown and we will add a tiniest drop of black to it to make it a bit darker, and we will do in some extra dark dirt in some places where we like where we think it will look good. And this damaged part, which has a lot of damage to it, definitely needs a lot of browns and rust colors. And since it takes a while for it to dry when it's this wet, you can just leave it on there so it can properly stain everything where you want it to stay a little bit. Also means you don't have to be so worried about being thorough and like, oh, I can't touch with the paint here because it's dirt. It's going to be quite random normally anyway. You can either use a piece of paper or you can use a brush. Start moving the paint around. Add some water to your brush. Dilute the paint a little bit more. Just spread it out. So we don't get any thick, like super brown, thick spots or too sharp lines. Because we don't want that. I think I want to do some little dry brushing over these edges and this. Whoa, that's a lot of paint. But yeah, it's dirt, so we can just smoosh it around a bit and it's gonna be fine. Okay, that's a bit much. Of course, in one or few places you could just do a big splotch of like brown that doesn't match anything because there might uh, be that much dirt right there at the moment. That would also just make it look more natural because it doesn't look the same as everything else. So yeah, going over, around, and doing the same thing all the time. Actually, we are taking a quick break because I think I should go and get some orange paint on the shoulder pads. Because then we can take a break from this paint job and do something else. It's just not the same boring thing the whole time. Both for the viewers, but also so the pixel doesn't get bored. Because that's bound to happen at some point otherwise, to be honest. So let's, before we start smearing things out too much on that, I'm just gonna go stealing woodwork stuff. Yeah, your worky stuff is legendary, and I'll be right back. Wow, that took a little bit longer than I thought. Next time, if I do that, I'm gonna put up the Be Right Back screen. Well, I'm back. I'm back. And here we are with the dirty specimen. The dirty, dirty boy. Subject 87. And you know what? He ain't dirty enough. It's too late. I snuck back before I said something. I saw all the things. It's too late. I know. I know. I know. We know. It's so horrible. We should. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's me you're talking about. You little rascals. Rascales. Rascalurians. I don't I have a plan to put a magnet in here because for the contest you're supposed to have at least four high definition really good pictures. Nobody gives just four pictures because why would you when you can have more to show everything off? And then there's a video, widescreen video that you should submit. That's about a minute. So I'm thinking he's gonna be hooked up at the start of this video to some sort of a charging station or something, like through this little module that is been added afterwards. So we're probably gonna repaint it as well, so it's not actually orange because I want it to stick out. So so he can like hook up to something and recharge the power. Recharge all the power. So, Bone Shooter is working, lurking, and doing stuff. What's everybody else up to? Anybody doing something cool? Are you sitting there chilling? Are you watching more streams? Are you making something? Are you painting? Are you building? Show me. Or at least tell me. I am so curious. But if you want to, feel free to show. Hey, bro. Welcome in. We are we are getting places. I love to use the camera for a reference. You can see how things look from another perspective than you like just your own. Yeah, it's starting to look. I mean, this is. Oh, I'm so happy. Ooh, comes in directly, goes to the BRB screen. I see. Something is going on. Mysterious. Well, I'll be right here as well. I don't think we'll go away to the shoulder pads yet, but we'll bring up the shoulder pads and you'll see how they look before we start removing all the Toothpaste. Toothpaste is the word we're looking for. And then we will also be removing that said toothpaste. So the shoulder pads, just those of you who were here, you saw them. They were just metal, and then we put some toothpaste on them, on where we want the paint to chip off. And now I have put on the primer filler that I talked about, and also put on a layer of orange paint. So they are basically painted, spray painted done, and then we will give them the old treatment of browns, like we're doing to this piece right now. And it doesn't seem so useful to paint. Oh, we should have done these in metal before. Okay, we'll do that afterwards and grime them down then. Because this won't show so much on this black, but it will dull the black down, and at the same time it will make like for lighter parts of that, because you can't leave one piece not dirty. It just doesn't really work that way in real life. And then I have to decide if I want to remake, because I kind of want to, but I have to just make a decision if I want to remake the neck. What do I call it? Neck seal. The part that goes around the whole neck and throat and everything. Because that one is going to be quite a handful to try and deal with otherwise. As it is. Because there's a lot of gaps that needs to be filled and stuff. So I'm thinking about remaking it in fewer parts, not less parts, fewer parts. Oh wait, is this maybe a good brush for that? I don't know how well it will fit you. I don't know how close we are in size. Also, shipping would be, I mean, it's hollow, so you can put like a lot of parts inside here, but shipping a thing like this must be a nightmare. No, that's an old bad brush. We need something that is a bit. Oh, how about you? We could also go into this small and pretty little makeup brush set. But yeah, if it would be sent somewhere, it should probably be to you. Well, I'm not gonna have any metal parts in it, so it should be okay to fly in. I don't wanna wear this on a sit on a plane and wear this though. I'm not sure I want to sit too much in this suit at all. But yeah, it would probably be simpler. Okay, this brush wasn't so bad. Wasn't bad, but it wasn't what I needed. Whoa, this brush was bad though. This is what you get from cheap makeup brushes. You try to clean it and half of the bristles come out. All of the bristles come out. Okay, let's save those for terrain projects and let's save this to make a tool from. Generally, you only need a really soft brush like this for dry brushing when you are need to be careful and really careful about the surface below, which we don't need to because it's one super hard. This orange paint is quite durable as well. You do know that this is made of plastic. I don't think you want to be wearing this and flying around in a jetpack. I'm just having a hunch that that might not be what we want. I don't like this streak. I like these streaks, but I don't like this one. It's not my friend. Yeah, that is actually a valid question though. What do I do with this after the competition? I need to get some mannequins so I can just put costumes on and just have them standing around like all the other cool people are doing. Uh, it's a floor mat. It's the thick one is half an inch. So you roll yourself up in that and you jump off the second story of a building and you tell me if it helps or not. Then we can start thinking about doing it with jetpacks while you are on fire and the melting plastic is clinging to your body. I mean, it's up to you. I'm just gonna make sure that you sign the paper that says Pixel is not responsible for this at all before anything like that would ever happen. Well, then again, I'm not living where you are living, because otherwise I would probably like, you said this word on stream when you said jetpack on stream when you were building this, so I thought it was a jetpack suit, so it burned off my legs, and now I'm gonna sue you. Just land in water. Skateboard armor? Yeah, or knee armor when you're like sitting down on your knees, changing tires on your car, like padding, which is basically exactly what like knee pads for working for well, for these pants that I'm wearing, for example, are made of. So that for that it would work. Okay. Well, then isn't it just lucky for you if you need knee pads that you have two big freaking floor mats standing in the hallway at home? Okay, let's not overdo it because I really don't want to have to go spray some orange paint in a little container and then bring it back to paint with it. It's not what I want to do right now. But yeah, I think you got it otherwise. Land in water. So if you get a jetpack guy to lend you a jetpack and you fly with a jetpack, because that's a quite a mileage to cross, and you fly and land outside this workshop, I will give this to you. No worries. If you have a jetpack specifically, something that could be classed as a jetpack, and you manage to fly from your home to this workshop, you may land in between if you want to. I'm not sure where you're going to land when you cross the Atlantic, but if you do that, yeah, sure, I'll give this to you. It's yours once the competition is over. And if you do it within a year from now. 1st of April. Good. And it's not a joke because it's 1st of April. I'm totally honest. If you can fly a jetpack from your home to my workshop within a year, I mean, you can land every 5 minutes if you want to. It's just that Atlantic crossing is going to be using a jetpack for its intended, a jetpack's intended person. He will use it to fly, not put it in a backpack and go on a plane. Yeah, because I mean, technically, if it wasn't for the water, it could be done because you could like and just go like that. And if you do that for a year, I think you could cross the planet, half the planet. But otherwise, I think it's gonna be quite impossible. But yeah, maybe somebody would want to buy this. I don't know. Put it up for sale after the contest is done. I mean, if we get a placement at all and stuff, I mean, okay. I guess somebody's like, oh, this won something, or was almost winning something, or whatever. I guess. Because I'm not much of a collector, you know. Otherwise, though I like to have some things, I like to have things around that I have built, I guess. So might be not wanting to get rid, but yeah, well, you know, could go buy a 50 leaf blowers. Is that enough to lift a human? this is why we need Adam Savage to bring back Mythbusters, you know, to answer the hard questions in life. How many leaf blowers does it take to get create a lift for a person? And can you build a machine with them that could safely traverse a human through the air? Because you know safety is good. Yeah, that you know that could also happen. Like not for this one, but work in general. Because for competitions, it's usually like you should do your own things, at least for this competition. I mean, you're allowed to have other people parading around in your outfit if you don't, if you want to build like something that doesn't fit you. It's still gonna be your like entry. But for people who just do cosplay and goes to con and like likes to walk around in costumes, I mean, there are people. I've made things for cosplay for people before, so yeah, that could. I didn't. I mean, I never had that as part of the overall plan, but yeah, might get some luck in that. Maybe you'll get some people who wanna hang around with you and chat with you in the chat there as well. Get some new follows and stuff. And I mean, I already get random followers from posting in the Discord for the competition that I'm gonna go live, and from the art and crafters and making communities in general as well, because I quite often get like one new follower a week. That's just like in the middle of the week when I'm not streaming or anything, or and I don't get a shout out that I know of somewhere. I mean, somebody could talk about it when I'm not around, I guess, in some streams. But sometimes it's just like, this is a name I don't recognize, and you just started following me. Okay. So, yeah, and sometimes they drop in from Instagram as well. I haven't posted on Instagram that I'm going live in the last few times I realized, so I need to start getting back to that as well. And I should try and remember to use my Twitter as well for that. I need to write myself a checklist so I don't forget stuff like that. This gray part is getting metal. Oh, look at that. There's a huge metallic spot here that needs some extra dirt around the edges. Dirty, dirty around the edges. And in this little crack or in the line between the armor plates or blue steel plates. I don't know if we call them armor plates or not, but. And then we just feather the edges. Yeah, but that's probably one of the times where exposure is a word to talk about, because usually when you talk about exposure, you always talk about the horror stories of people like, can you do this for me for free because it's so small? But it's good exposure. I will talk about it on to my friends. It's like, no, no. Your exposure to your friends doesn't give me more work at all, and it doesn't pay any bills. If you want something, you will have to pay for it. But you're just having fun doing things. Yeah. It's not my fault that you choose a career that isn't fun for you then. That I choose this as a career because I think it's fun. Silly little people. There's a really funny Twitter account that I follow that's called For Exposure. People like send in messages they received. I do the work you pay me. Yeah. And if they just like, if you can like get a feeling that they don't understand for some reason, you can always go, okay, do you have a job? Yes. How much do you get paid by the hours? This much? Okay. This took me this many hours to do. Do you want me to make no money from those hours or what you want? It's like, oh. Because sometimes literally people just don't get it. That's like, I'm trying to do this for a living. Kind of like you when you're doing accounting or whatever it is they do. That makes them miserable. Yeah, but the for exposure account on Twitter is hilarious because some people, I mean, it sounds like a lot of tales, but they do like screenshots from like messages they get and stuff. Well, people do that and then they send it to this, they send it to this account and they usually post it. My favorite people is the people that goes, "Oh, can you do this for like free for exposure?" No, I need to pay bills. But I know people, so this will pay your bills next year. But I need to pay my bills now. Fuck you. I never wanted your art anyway because it sucks. It's like, why did you even contact me in the first place then? People that like, no, I'm just kidding. I don't want your art. Me, it's like, what? What? Why did you? But you sent me a message said you wanted to buy a plushy kitten I made. What the hell? Nope, I don't like cats at all. And anyway, why would I want a cat? It's like, why are you messaging me? Stop. Haven't really had anybody contact me in that way though. I haven't really had. I mean, I have had people I put out like things for sale on like sales group or like sometimes we've been on a market selling historical stuff. And people go like, "Oh, this is so expensive. I don't want to buy this." I'm like, "Okay." I have been blessed not having to deal with any much people like that in person anyway, which is nice. Yeah, the choosing beggars. I'm starving. Give me a bit of your pizza. Nah, but I'll give you money so you can buy some bread. But I wanted pizza. You were starving. Eat bread. Be happy. Hopefully. Well, I know I'm gonna have. Well, I had the other kind of this sort of person when people ask you like, "Hey, do you want to? Can you do this?" And like, "Yeah, it's gonna cost about this much," and then they just don't even reply. They're just like, "Nope." Okay. I mean, it's not super hard to say, "Oh, okay. Well, I can't afford that right now, but thank you," and then just move on. Nope. They just like, "Oh, this person wants money. I better not talk to them because maybe they will steal all my monies." I had a few of those. Those people are actually not. I mean, they don't have any obligation to reply back. And I mean, I rather than be quiet than rant on about how expensive I am or whatever. But it's also not really hard to say, okay, thank you for the information. I can't afford this right now. Or then I'm not interested, but whatever, just say, "Eh." Especially if there's like a thing that you have made a one thing of. And it's like, okay, I have other people that have been asking about this. Could you like, okay, I'm not gonna sell it to you. I know that's gonna come back and bite me one day. But one day I'm gonna go like, okay, I'll sell it to second person, and then the first person, like after 3 months, gonna come back. So I wanted that plushy cat. It's just an example. I haven't made a plushy cat yet. I'm gonna make the plushie Nurgling though. That is on my to-do list, but that will be after this. Okay, so let's leave this puppy to dry. Well, I can leave him in picture. I will go and get the shoulders, and I will refill my water container thingy, and I'll be right back. Hooky dooky. Let's remove the chest piece for a bit. Oh god, that looks so nice to see it on camera. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right. So, brush, water, toothpaste dissolves in water, and this is a pretty thick, glossy, nice paint. So, I mean, you could just rip it like that. It's just easier if you do it with a brush and some water because it will dissolve the toothpaste. Don't wait too long. Like, don't wait till the next day because it's gonna be hell to get the toothpaste because it's get off because it's gonna have started to dry out, so it's quite hard and chunky. So do it within like a few hours at least if you're gonna do this. Because then we can soon, because yeah, as long as the shoulder parts and everything is done, we can actually start mounting this on the chest piece just to see how it looks. Then we can start really figuring out how to proceed with the arms. And there we go. Piece number one. You can see there's some foam showing through there, not metallic paint, because I my glossy hard coat ran out, and you want a gloss hard coat, a very gloss one, because that will protect the paint underneath much better. but the only rattle can of it I had, uh, that was glass, ran out in the middle of this. So I'm gonna need to buy another one. And then thanks to the filler primer that I used and the hardness of the paint, you get these very jagged edges that makes it look very naturally ruined. Basically, ruined is a good word for this, I think, because it's been scraped and damaged quite a lot. Yep, same thing here. You can see there was metallic paint here, but now it's almost all gone. And then I'll just rinse these off out in the kitchen sink to get rid of all the excess water and toothpaste that is bubbling around here. And yeah, I'm starting to get sick of the smell of this sugary spearminty thing. I need to find a toothpaste that has a different fragrance. And the reason why I have so much water and why I have this here is of course otherwise there's water everywhere. No matter what masking medium you do, if you want metal underneath, paint on metal, then gloss coat it. Hard coat gloss before applying any masking agents or and paints. Alright, let's take these to the kitchen. I'll be right back. Actually, I can keep talking because this should be within Bluetooth range. Because it's just the next room. Yeah. And there we go. And then we'll take some paper towels and we'll wipe this down so they are dry. And then, because then we can start weathering on these as well. We can move away this minty, fresh looking, not looking, smelling uh, water container. Oh, I missed some around there. Oh, Missed some in the corner here as well, I think. Yeah, that's toothpaste. Okay. Yeah, so you see you can just remove it like that as well, but you can, if you're unlucky or if you want to, get some residue of the toothpaste there, uh, which over time will start to like turn white. So if that shows anywhere, you're gonna get this like really weird white or bright spots. Nice and shiny number one. And these little tabs, they're just made so the shoulders won't look so smooth and boring. Again, a aesthetic choice more than anything else. So, so the shoulder parts or the shoulder covering consists of two parts, one of these big ones and one of the small ones. And the big ones will overlap the small ones. The small ones will get mounted inside uh, the big ones, kind of like that. Oh, this has changed. Well, this is gonna get forced into shape soon once we attach it to the big armor piece. And then this will go here, and we'll just put like a couple of strips of something with some and glue it on there, so it will go on kind of like that on the shoulders. Frågan är, the question is, can we do that now? We can do a test mount, I guess, because we're gonna rely on good old wood to keep those in place anyway. Because these are not heavy. These are not heavy things that we are dealing with here. So we don't need something with a lot of strength in it like that. So this is gonna go in here, and then we will lock it in place on the inside. So the whole point of this is that they can move. They have a little bit of give. So my movement isn't restricted. And then we will put something on top of this. So there's like a rivet or something there. So that's basically it. And then one of these goes in under there. Like so. Which means there's a very little gap here that exposes some parts. But that means we can just put cool things on the undersuit, uh, making it look cool. And then the same thing on the other side, of course. I don't know how much more weathering there is to be done on this part. There's some building left to be done on it around the back part, but I have not made any decisions on exactly. I also want to put on some warning signs like warning hot, stuff like that, because that is what you would have on a like a military prototype thing. Maybe put some kind of a sticker here and then just like a part of a sticker that it's been falling off and it says like warning Do not open when in use, or stuff like that. Machine parts, especially in a lab, have warning things on them so people don't get mushed. I know I don't like these lines now because they are a little bit of an angle. These are also, that's why these look better than those, but it's so little, and with all the moving around, it's not really gonna matter. It's not really gonna matter, I hope. So let's get some weathering done on these. Well, I could do Japanese. I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where Subject 87 is from, actually. It is an undetermined fact of the story. Maybe maybe Subject 87 doesn't even know. I don't know if he even speaks. Da, da, da. But you know what? It's 5 o'clock. I should have taken a quick break like an hour ago. Or Stargate style runes. That could also work. Nah, for uh, for clarity's sake, I think we're doing Hollywood, and we're just gonna be American and assume that everybody in the universe speaks English. That's just how it is. For convenience sake, so people will understand, uh, sort of over the top, understand that this is a warning sign. I mean, I can just do it black and yellow and probably function as a warning sign, but you know. All right, 5-10 minute break. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'm gonna have a couple of sandwiches, and I will be right back. This time I am putting up to be right back screen. See you in a few. And I'm also back with a cup of tea and some super shiny orange stuff that needs the dirt. Shall we give them the dirt? I think so. Welcome back, Bron. Hope everything, whatever it was, doing went well or something. I don't know. Let's throw away the old paper and bring forth some new paper. If I could only figure... Oh, there's the paper. I did figure out where the paper is. Where the paper is. That's not it. We want tiny little can of the rawest of paint, the rawest umber. Huh? Susie coming. Whoa, Susie bringing the people. Susie bringing in the people. Let's see if they're stuck. Susie Raid. Hi, thank you for the raid. Welcome, 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 everybody. Thank you very much, Susie. That is very kind of you. Yes, indeed. Do the shouty outs. Nimbles, hello. Hey there. Okay, so we're gonna do some weathering on those because it needs to look kind of like this. But we have also already worked on a thing that has become dirtified, and it's this one. That's what we're doing here today. So hi everybody that came in with the raid. If you haven't been here before, I am Pixel. I make stuff and things, and this is what we're making today. And for the foreseeable future, well, for the next couple of weeks at least, I'm gonna say. A cybernetic enhanced warrior soldier cosplay thingy. So yeah, we're getting to some painting parts. I should probably be doing some more crafting and making some leg parts and things, but I also wanted to get some paint on because you get to that, oh my, it's going somewhere. And it really is. And yeah, and I can thank you very much. And I can just also just agree because I am so happy with how this is coming out. This whole thing. And then with the where are we? There we are. The visor or mask to put on. And the parts that we are about to do some nice weathering on to make them look all dirty and grimy as well are these shiny bits. You're suing address thingy. Yeah. Lurk, lurk, keep on lurking. So are these parts which are for the shoulders. Like kind of so ish. But they're too shiny. I mean, they're a little bit worn, sure, but they're too shiny. This isn't a shiny build. We don't do shiny around here. Well, we do if if we want to do that, but this build is all about raw umber, basically. Orange, shiny orange and raw umber. So we're starting just. What? How was your stream, Susie? What did you do? If you want to show off something, feel free to. We are link friendly. And if anybody else also wants to show off something that they have created, made, painted, drawn, whatever. High diabolical props. I guess I have to clap my hands to that one now. Yeah, so now if you wanna show what you were doing on your stream or anybody else wanna show something that you made or you know, we're link friendly. Don't violate terms of service, then everybody will be sad. Otherwise you're free to. You don't need a permit or anything. Try to paint in some flowers. Well, flower decorated a window. Oh, nice. Nice. I don't suppose you have any pictures of that yet. That's usually something that you don't get until later. And the whole trick to the weathering on this thing is the fact that I have not done any of the things basically. Well, I heat sealed the foam actually, but otherwise I have not done any of the things that you usually would associate with building things from foam. There's no plastic dip or rubber paint. None just yet. No, I can, yeah, since you just stopped streaming, I can, I can relate. I feel the same when you go somewhere and they're like, "What did you do? Can you show me?" It's like, "Can you wait half an hour so I can take some good pictures?" Because yeah, and sometimes you're not even finished and you don't want to take pictures of it anyway. No, but so what we've done here, we have done everything wrong, which is not wrong, but what would probably be considered quite wrong by many. So there's no plastic dip or any rubber color. There's a primer, and then there's paints. What happens when you just put primer on foam is that it goes on. It goes not on. It doesn't go on very smooth, which is the thing that I like right now because that means when I'm dry brushing over all these flat surfaces, all these small tiny bumps in the surface actually catches some paint. Uh, I have used this brush and I have cleaned it. It's too wet to properly dry brush. Let's go to the magical big box of brushes. This is a bit wider, but that doesn't really matter. We want it to be a dry brush when we dry brush for apparent reasons. Then I just like to start with the edges. And then we have to start also thinking these are quite complex actually in their shape because they are curved in every bloody direction. But thinking about the direction things will go will be more important in a while when we start doing some streaks of where fluids have run. Now we're just doing sort of the groundwork. Back to work. Well, thank you for popping in and saying hi. Thank you very much for the kind comments. And these are going to go under here, so technically I don't know how much we need to do there, but if they move and this pops out all of a sudden and is shown from some weird angle and it's super shiny orange, it's going to look really weird. Especially when we go to take pictures of this. And the costume, the cosplay that I am making right now is my own design, my own character. It's a not post-up, cyberpunk enhanced soldier. It's a part of a failed attempt by some unknown organization within some unknown. A lot of unknowns right now. I haven't really written the whole story yet. By some unknown government somewhere. Because they wanted, like governments always do, you know, better soldier, more efficient. So they figured that they could make cybernetically enhanced people, which means you don't have to, if you don't have to wait for somebody to train up his muscles, you can just replace it with a mechanical arm, and then you can sort of use machine parts and in combination with drugs to get yourself a perfectly good fit soldier in a very short amount of time. The project did, however, catastrophically fail for some reason or another, and out in the world right now, well, in the future, right then, I guess, is our little friend who only is known by the name uh, Subject 87 because that is what he was when he was in the lab. He was number 87 of 113. There's some black on that palette that I don't like, so we're gonna make a new tiny little palette with just some browns. So that's why he's so. I just want the browns and then I pour out black. This is what happens when you don't read on your cans. Also, my brown is on this very little uh, jar. So basically, that's the quick background of the character that I'm doing. And I'm filling in some blanks as I go along. I'm still sort of, I have it literally written down some of his story because I need to keep track of it for myself as well. Because it will influence design decisions. For example, people might react to him. I'm calling him a military experiment and he's super brightly orange. Seems like a bad choice for a camouflaged soldier. But you see, he is a prototype, right? He's a prototype. And when they field test prototypes, they might want to be able to find them if they malfunction and crash in a forest somewhere. So a camouflaged prototype, unless they're gonna try like field test combat and camouflage and stuff, of course. But uh, at the stage where everything went wrong and Subject 87 got away, he was not that far gone into the project really. So he was still all clad in orange so they could easily locate him if something went wrong. Of course, something did go wrong and they lost track of him. My plan is that the whole project sort of got scrapped for some reason or another, or something happened. Some of the subjects maybe got free because these are not volunteers. That's the whole point of that's the sad part of the story. These are not volunteer soldiers. These are just random civilians that have been tested on of different classes and uh, shape most of all. So can we do this with anybody? Can we just make anybody into a soldier in a very little time for very little money in the end? I mean, the project obviously will cost a lot of money to have up and running, but can this be a more efficient way than having people train, 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 train? Also, it's very hard to train soldiers who are not sort of into it. If you try to conscript people, that can cause problems. Uh, so what if we take away their free will? I mean, if we can do it with anybody, we could use prisoners, I guess, but their motives might be like unsavory and bad as well for us. So maybe out there in his universe there is somebody waiting for whoever he was before he became Subject 87 to come home. Could be a really sad story in the end, this. Well, but that's basically what we're doing right now. Making up the story as we go along and painting, painting, painting on this poor lost soul's cybernetically engraved. How was I going to say? I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Well, his cybernetic parts and armor bits, basically. So there's not much maintenance going on this dude, so everything will be worn and broken. Where's my brush that I've been using? Oh, there it is. It was too close. And if anybody has any other questions about the project, if you want to know what the project is for, it's for the Ultimate Online Cosplay Championship, as it says up in that corner over there, uh, that way. And if you do, actually, let me do this in chat. This is probably the worst cooking stream on Twitch ever. I would practically actually agree. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, but I think for a cooking show, it's probably the worst, indeed. I do not recommend that you eat EVA foam or cybernetically enhanced soldier prototypes. I'm not telling you that you can't. I'm just not recommending it. I'm not endorsing it. I just want to make that very clear. I think you're doing it exactly right, actually. That level of trolling is just fun. And fun trolling can be really enjoyable. Or you could just start streaming your attempts at trolling, and I can have the worst cooking show, and you can have the worst troll show, and we can like make a thing. We can make like a stream team. You know, they have like this team standing on the screen there, and we can be the worst of the worst team. That is another way to see it. You know, if you're really good at being bad at something, make it a career. You know, why not? And I mean, at least you tried. I mean, there's got to be people out there wanting to be trolls, but they don't even try. So you know, you got that going for you. Of course, I have never tried to eat EVA foam, but it is a plastic. It's vinyl, so I'm pretty sure it's not too healthy to eat. So yeah, I don't think I will recommend it. Yeah, you have the above you in the chat where I wrote it. You have the link for the Alta. UOCC is short for Ultimate Online Cosplay Championship. There's a link to their webpage up there if anybody's curious. But yeah, thank you for at least trying. It was very kind of you. I appreciate the effort. And yeah, let's hope you can find somebody who really wanted to be the best cooking stream and they're gonna get really upset or I don't know what is the goal of trolling? Is it to upset people or just have fun or I don't know. Yeah, sure, you can have a second attempt. Go for it. Everybody gets a second chance. Everybody gets one. Spider-Man taught me that. Yeah, sorry, I'm still laughing at it. I'm sorry. Oh, coming here and no, I Sorry, I'm not. I'm not good enough at not being appreciative and like no. I thought I could maybe fake feeling troll there, but I apparently is bad at that as well. So it's also the worst. It's also the worst. Well, it might not be the worst, but it's also not a very good acting stream. Acting is the word we were looking for. Some light streaking from some of the parts. Oh, no. You have a glorious and good day as well. And just dirting down the edges on the inside here where the dirt has collected. It does add a bit of a shadow quality to it, I guess, but it's not really shading. It's more like dirting it down in the right place. But it helps create the depth that I so much enjoy talking about every now and then. If you've been here a little while, you might have noticed. Okay, well, that didn't take long. Well, those are very small, simple parts. I mean, it didn't take too long to do most of the chest piece either. And I'm just thinking if I'm done enough with this area so I can actually put on the... Yeah, I think it's time to heat up the glue gun. Because now we're gonna start like putting things together. I don't know if this is the good order to do it in, but I just want to get it done. I want it done now because I want to see how it's gonna look. Patience, patience. Ain't nobody got time for that. And then I was thinking of making a new one of these to put in here actually. Because these are actually gonna go that way or that way, I'm not sure. But on the sides here, so they go down the side underneath this. The And you might recognize the shape. They have the same basic shape, not as curved as the shoulders. And this shape, I realized it fits. I mean, literally, you can make two of these and make a neck piece. You can use them as armor on the sides here. You can use them if you make them smaller. If you use the smaller version and you bend it properly, you can use it as armor for the elbow. So this is my universal shape for this build, and that is actually something that is very good to have because it makes it easier to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. I'm gonna. This is not gonna be hand forged. This is gonna be done by AI controlled robots. Everybody understands that. And forging cybernetically enhanced warriors. You're such a silly boy. So if I widen it a little bit, just trying to get it to not look so bent and wonky, because I really didn't like that. Oh, this little one should have some streaking. Because if it was just a mock-up, I probably wouldn't have painted on it. Also, I think I would, well, if we made it from metal, we could make it thinner, I guess. Because otherwise, even in aluminium, this would be a weighty piece for sure. Oh yeah, and then we need to figure out what to put on here. We might finally get to use some of those googly eyes for rivets. Okay, so the plan is on the inside. There we go. On the inside, we're gonna take one of these and we're gonna make a hole through it, and then we're gonna cut it flush, and we're gonna glue this like from the inside. So this will be a stop, and then it will be glued into. So the shoulder pads will not come off once they're on, but I also want them on because I want to make some lines here where it's in the resting position, because that's where all the grime is gonna come, and then maybe some scratches. Now I thought we'd wait until I decide to make a Fallout power armor to start doing metal work. That is, by the way, my dream armor to make. Preferably Fallout 4. So we can have just a frame uh, which you can balance so it can stand up, be a standalone piece, just stand by itself. Oh, glue gun is running out of glue. Let's get some new glue sticks. Oh, do I already have a package somewhere around the workbench? Maybe. Or don't I have any opened right now? Maybe I don't. Well, we can fix that. I have two different. I mean, if you buy like from like TNT cosplay, like buy from a cosplay place, you will be very happy because you don't get any weird patterns on the inside because they're smooth all around instead of that. But I have 6 and 12 millimeters ish, so roughly half an inch and quarter inch. And the first chest piece I made was from the thick foam, and it's just so unflexible, and it doesn't have to be. So this is the 6 millimeter, and I mean, wait, let me have a look. Oh yeah, this this front plate is made from a thicker foam. Yeah, you can see the difference in thickness here. So this is the thicker foam. So two different types, and then we have these very thin, which is like a 2 millimeter foam. Well, half and quarters and stuff are pretty easy. Uh, where it really starts getting me is when we're talking like fifth, 16th of a 19th part of an ounce thingy. It's like what the hell? That is when it starts flipping me out a bit. But otherwise, I'm a trained machinist, and so you get to talk a little bit about inches and stuff when you do that. So I guess I guess it's I got used to it. But yeah, 1 inch is 25.4 millimeters. So you can do roughly 25. You know, get you get you in the ballpark, so to speak. I have toothpaste somewhere on my fingers. So I mean, half is 12 plus a little 12.7 if you want to be really thorough. But so 12 is close-ish. And I mean, it's not like they do like, oh, this is like 12.1 millimeter. Let's throw it away. I don't think the tolerances are that. They're not that thorough with tolerances. Uh, okay, so that comes out there, and this slides on here, and then we'll glue this in place. Oh yeah, we might actually have to. Nah, it will melt away the paint if it has to. It's hot glue. Don't worry about it. I wonder if we can use one of these smaller ones as like the rivet thing. That would create. There's gonna be a lot of painting being done on that one, but I kind of like it because it gives them a little bit. It gives you something that is not just smooth there. So we're gonna put some of those on afterwards. But then you have to also cater to your audience. I do know that there are Americans out there as well. So, not everybody is comfortably converting things to millimeters. So, why not let me do it when I obviously am, sort of deal. You know what? What if we do this? Oh no, you're getting goopy glue outside of everything. Oh, you mean free weathering from this sort of oil or whatever that has leaked out here from when they have tried to make this guy not being so squeaky or something? I don't know. Might have had a little bit too much glue, but I'm also not concerned with it. If this was a knight in shining armor, any little glue strands anywhere would just be oh crap. Now, no. And these because we should yeah we can attach things underneath here afterwards, which is what we're gonna have to do, of course. Oh yeah, I also should. I can take pictures of it when it's in place actually. But if you just want to go for one, I would go for like 6-ish millimeters, I would say. because this edge gets to be really thick if it's thicker. I mean, when it comes to cosplay foam from like cosplay places, you can get up to like 20 millimeters if you really want to. So, I mean, you can go really thick. And that's good if you're gonna make like axes or swords or something, I suppose you can do, or stuff like that. Oh, this is not super flush. Uh, we'll see if we're gonna have to figure that one out then. It's so fun. It's like we're building an armor. Let's take some tiny wood skewers to attach the shoulder armor. They will have a little movement because otherwise my arm will. I can't. I could literally not do more than that with my arm otherwise. Because I want to have like. It's supposed to be a military prototype. Let's give him some movement. You know. Especially since it's going to be shown off on stage. That is the making a little movie clip when you move around in your armor. Because if it's a cosplay, you should be able to play in it, right? And not just. Maybe we'll do these in like gray or black. Actually, now that I see it, it makes it pop out a bit more. Then again, if we do them orange, well, we don't want to do them orange because then we have to like spray. But yeah, they will have a tiniest bit of movement. Well, actually, I would say the special effects team for Alien 2 is smart because they have a similar thing, but they have a slit goes up like this, and there's a piece of armor hanging down like that. I wish I could take super credit. My smartness is that I have looked at what other people have done before as well. But yeah, I wanted it to move, so because it can't move all since this surface is tapered a lot like that, it really can't move super much, but it can move enough to get like a good. Because otherwise you have to do the real engineering here, like do the math to figure out where to put the joints to make them actually articulate properly, but it's not supposed to like articulate that much. Okay, and then this is gonna go. Okay, we're gonna try it on with just this on, and then we're gonna see how far down, because we might want to have it all the way down like this, or we might have it far up. We'll see. Hey, fighting games. Cheers. Okay. Um, I want this to be more bent, but I don't think I can fix that without making a new one. It's very super simple to make it, so that might be a thing. But I also realized how tight this is starting to get arms in and out. So we are going to attach the other side here first, and we're going to try on the whole thing with armor on both sides. I want to see if I can get in and out of this thing without wrecking it, basically. So let's find ourselves a couple of small floops. Floopsy loops. Let's get all the floopy loops. Floopy loopy loops. That's a way too small floopy loops. Those are all the floopy loops, doopsy 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 doops. I grew up so fast. Yeah, did you? No, I grew up so fast because the lovely Susie raided me. And apparently people stayed around, and I guess. Thank you for hanging around. Or people are lurking around. Thank you for lurking around. You are all appreciated. Mm. Just smooching out the glue a bit. So these are the mighty pivots for the shoulder armor. There are wood skewers and some tiny bits of EVA foam. And now to find some nice roundy bits like that one. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's a lot of glue. Oh no, don't string so much glue, please. So many memories, so many burns. Yeah, they can be quite unfriendly to your skin. That is for sure. Okay, oh, this is the wrong size anyway. I need something more of this size, right? Well, we need something for the inside first, I guess. Oh, this is the right size though. For the outside. And then we need to take one of these for the inside. Yes, indeed. And the inner part is even skewered all the way through. And then we just put some glue on stick and go like squish. And just because I don't want the big blob, and I lick the foam or dip it in water because most glues don't get stuck to liquids. just to smoosh it out a bit. I mean, because there's no stress on this really. Maybe when I put it on and off, but there's nothing that's gonna be pulling it or anything. Submission starts today and ends the 30th, so this month. This month is all that is left until the last day of submitting your entries. Higher than wait. Huh? Well, don't worry. It happens to everybody, I guess, at some point. It's very big of you to admit that it happened. I mean, you could have just kept it quiet and told us a tall tale about it. And in this end, the glue will adhere to the foam because the paint, as soon as I touch the paint with the glue gun, the paint just wrecks because it's just acrylic, so it's just plastic paint. So I'm using that to sort of remove some of the paint so the glue has something to grip to, and it will also grip the little skewer, keeping it from sliding out. And we will cover this with a little rivet thingy like that. Well, they fall down about the same. This one is a little lower, I think, but not so much. It's mostly the shape of that one. If it's a bit wonky, it's just gonna add character to the mo to the build because he is a very worn little thing. I was thinking at some point of making some kind of armor that goes up here, but I also don't want to cover everything there. I kind of want that to be more open. Even though I kind of like the way these could go on here as well. But I don't want to bulk up too much. It's supposed to be a soldier, not an actual tank. Alright, let's try it with the two shoulder thingies on. Test fitting number 90,312. Too soon. This just ripped off. Okay, so because I don't want this glue to this, but we will carefully put a tiniest bit of glue. Oh, that's not a tiny bit pixel. Put a little bit of glue. We can also do some super glue, I guess. Okay. I did, however, realize there is a bit of an issue for me to get my arms out and put this on. I was hoping it wouldn't be. We're waiting for this to completely set this time. Okay, I can't take it off. If it comes off now, if anything comes off now when I'm putting this on, something needs to be done. I think so too. Thank you. I just love how this has come out We might have. I have had very little problems though during this build, so if I get a tiny problem with fitting into it now for this, I mean, if push comes to shove, we will just glue this onto the actual main body in that angle. So we'll just angle them up a bit and keep them glued in there instead. He's been through all the stuff. Poor old Subject 87. I knew him well. Yep, I like the movement too, but I need to figure out because I need to be able to get my hand out here, my arm. Otherwise, this is never going to get on me. So that means I have to rethink how these are attached. I don't want to magnetize them because that's never going to work well. And I like this. Yep. You know what? Yes, yes, yes. I know what we need. I know what we need. I know what we need. We can fix this. We can fix this. Yes. We need buttons. We need snap buttons because they can pivot. Uh, and it's 6 o'clock, so I need to start because I need to pack the gun for Simon. Well, the pipe revolver replica to avoid confusion. When does dollar stores close? Do they close at 8? Yep, they close at 8 p.m. So that works out well. Oh yeah, it is the pinkest torsdag. It doesn't say anything when I find it when I look at it online. I mean, oh no, 20. It says on their webpage. 20:00. So 8 o'clock. Yes, but dollar store doesn't care about Jesus. They care about the dollars. Yeah, but the thing is with this chest piece, it's not supposed to be a body armor as much as it's supposed to be an integrated. Yeah, this is Easter week. Didn't you know there's Easter this week? It's Easter week, Nimla. It's the Pink Thursday. So yeah, because I've seen people use snap buttons. I could, but you might get like a separation here when you move, and it might show. I mean, we have seen it. I can get into this if it's not released, and I just need to put some snaps in here. Because I've seen people use that for like articulated things, especially when it comes to cosplay armor. Because they go like snap, and then they can still pivot freely, basically, is what's going on. All right. So I need that. So let's snap these free on one side because I can get it on if one of them is on, but I need to sort of wiggle and angle it to be able to get into it. And I mean, we're just gonna remove this and we're just gonna glue some snaps on the inside here, and we're gonna glue some snaps there, and we're gonna go click, click. Well, we're probably gonna go click and then put it on and then go like click. We could reach here probably. But what I want to do before I end today is to put one of these in on one of these on one of these. And it's just going to be captured there, so it might bend like this when you bend up a little bit. And that's pretty easy. That's just a couple of straps on the glue on the inside. Ooh, can you hear that crackling when I'm bending it too much? Okay, it's decision making time. It's gonna be like there, I think. So these edges. Yep. Well, maybe he scrubbed their feet so hard that they turned pink. You never know. You weren't there, or were you? And to attach this, I'm simply just gonna, because since it's just like 6 o'clock now, I have 2 hours before dollar store closes, so I have plenty of time. And then we could, I guess we could make these a little bit thinner. That is a horribly, horribly dull blade. There we go. Now it actually cuts the foam. Before it literally just dented the foam, and now it cuts. And then we'll glue these on here, and then we will mark out where they're gonna be glued up in here, and then they're just gonna just like that. Super simple. We want to use foam that has no weird patterns on the back side. So let's change the camera angle. So I'm just cutting these down so they're a bit thinner. And then we will use some contact cement, and we will put this on like this and that, because this is never going to be visible anyway. Yeah, I don't know about that either. We ain't making no promises of streams, but we're not saying that it will never happen. Now that's a cheeky little trick. You put a little bit more glue on one side than you want. And then because contact cement is supposed to dry before you put them together, and then you just put it down where it's gonna be, and then you smear it off, and now you have glue on both sides in two thin layers. Okay, that is. I'm no. I'm not. Definitely not saying that I'm gonna be a påskkärring. Simply because it feels like such a propaganda thing, making all the smarty women into witches so they can burn them and stuff. Oh, crack, crack in the paint. But it could also be very fun. It would also make it for a really good like surprise thing, I suppose. Stop making me think about weird stuff. I'm trying to build a cosplay here. Please don't. Don't stop. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I don't know about that. Depends on both our time schedules and energy levels and stuff. So I'm not saying no to it, but I'm not saying hell yeah. Okay, we should put this on with some tape so we could mark out where it should go on the inside. And then we have learned that if you don't have an assistant, you always prep your tape before you go into taping. You take a little bit of tape and a little bit of tape and as many little bit of tapes that you need. And my plan now is to hold this in place with some tape. So I can mark out on the inside where I want to glue to get my straps to be stick properly and good. Also note that this should probably be done before you put this on. But now we know that, okay? Because now I can see. Well, actually I don't have to use contact cement for this. There's no strain or anything on these parts. Okay, the hot glue gun seems to be. There we go. Seems to be resisting my efforts of using it. I don't know why I thought I needed contact cement for this, to be honest. Maybe to avoid burning my arm, my hands, my fingers, but you just have to be careful. And that won't happen, hopefully. Of course, with contact cement, once you have put it in there, it's like shh, and it's stuck. Now we're gonna have to wait for the glue to cool down. The mirror, yeah. It's because I want to see what I look like sometimes when I'm doing this. Well, if you don't want to be seen, you could always find a vampire and he could probably help you out with that. And this masking tape, yeah, shouldn't bother that paint at all because it's masking tape. Chicken miniatures and Easter bunny minis. Uh, well, I think we're a little bit too late for that. I think we need some more prep for that. Uh, but I'll give you my Easter mini I did. Here we go. Happy Easter. Oh, there's better pictures of him on Instagram, I guess. Camera and focus up close isn't really a thing. Yeah, my ogre bunny is pretty slightly friendly, not totally hostile. I don't know. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so that works. That works well so far. Let's play around with the arm that we do have. Papier-mâché eggs. Actually, well, I mean, I literally have half a egg mold, and then do well. This part of the undersuit that's going to be shown there. You can't have a solid metal body and move in the real world anyway. And this, if it's this arm or if it's another arm that I'm going to remake, is of course going to be in the same nice, discreet orange color. And then we will have these. Sort of sit down here in one way or another. Wait, actually. Yeah, we could do some fleshy bits as well, actually. That is very true. So basically, let's see if I can fix this angle. Oh, yeah, so this is basically where these are supposed to go. Tiny urge to Eastercraft? Yeah, why not? You can just bunny hop onto that bandwagon if you want to. Just make sure you know exactly what you want to do. I'm starting to reconsider this and wanting to do something else on the side now. Oh, this really makes me want to make an Imperial Guard cosplay at one point, for some reason. Oh yeah, I was thinking about this maybe. It's like an everyday craft. I don't know. You can have your own, make up your own Easter traditions. It's okay. Then we could do like some ovally shapes on the side instead. And the same thing here. Don't have to. No, not two of them. If we're having one, we're just having like one. Well, actually, we pour wax on an image and let it dry so you can enclose the image in wax. Oh, so you get like the lifting it off from the. Yeah, I've never done that with actual wax. I'm with Nimla on this one. Stearin is the thing. Yeah, I don't know if it has a name. I never heard of it having a name though, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I did that to a lot of my a lot of magazines when I was a kid. And okay, I'm gonna move you all back. Yeah, and then because there's not that many fleshy bits showing through, you can see this part actually goes over the underarm a little bit. But yeah, maybe one of those things. Shove that in here because there is like a space behind the where this fits pretty well, oddly enough. Let's see if we can get the camera to look pretty straight like that. There we go. I really like that shoulder though. I think I want to come out with you over Easter, by the way, on the Sunday, by the way, sweetheart, because it would be nice to unwind with something completely not this for a day. If we're going back and forth the same day, that is. Yeah, I think this bit needs to get stuck in here. I guess we'll have to paint it first. Oh, new follower. Forte piano laser fight. That is for Forte or Forde? Oh well, Forte. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, and we can just scout look through the old factory. That is super well thinking there. Okay, I'm a little bit because this turned out. Yeah, I'm a little bit. Whoa, when I see it on picture. So this is really important for all you creative people. Take pictures of things. Don't post it if you don't want to anywhere. Take pictures. If you have a webcam, don't need to stream. Just get a program where like OBS, which is free, and look at your things through the lens. Because then you will see it like it looks. Because once you've been working on something for ages, you see all the mistakes, you know what everything is, but when you look at it on the screen, boom. That's because I'm just Whoa, a little bit. When I look at it, especially when I look at it on the big screen with the uh, actual webcam. All right. Well, it's now 20 minutes past 6 o'clock, and I am gonna get stuck here forever if I don't go away. Forte. Forte piano laser fight. Okay. Welcome in. Okay, we're fixing that. Well, you know, we'll see what we have at home and we can fix things. Absolutely. Sounds like a plan. We'll do something to protect you from the. I can literally see the sunlight behind me. I understand exactly what you're talking about. All right, that's where everything goes. I'm just gonna wear this because this is quite. It's so comfortable, and I can like. I don't have any. It's this hits when you try to bend your arm that over. All right. So who is on? Who can we raid when we are leaving for the day? Where shall we go? Where shall we go? Where shall we go? Where shall we go? Show me Twitch, show me, show me. Who needs a people raids? Who is the maker of makings? What are you making? What are you making? Buying milk. I guess I could. Okay, let's see what's we got. Where do we want to go? We don't want to go to another maker or another artist. Do we have any suggestions? Anybody has any ideas? Who should we raid? Where should we go? Because wherever I go, I'm not gonna stay. Because I need to get go. Are you looking, Bone? Okay. Because we have Tingalaya cosplay, who's making a red hood cosplay. And that's in English and German. Dragon Armory. McCoffee Metal. Don't know who that is. Ma- Doing some cool art. Oh, that is pretty cool. He's doing the thing that I want to learn to do. That sounds cool. Okay. Uh, oh, now you're just confusing me with so many things. I don't know what. I never seen McCoffee Metal, but I like the Metalworks. Uh, let's go and say hi. I think, because it's always fun to raid somebody new. Thank you for that suggestion. What? We should go to fiend. What? No, I want to see metal. So that's where we're going now. Thank you everybody for today. It's been freaking awesome. This looks freaking awesome. I am super happy. Thank you everybody so very much for today. for the new follows and for the subs and everything. And I will see you all around.